memories like Holodomor, Holocaust, this World War II, Chernobyl memories, which is closer to our times. And we were hoping to deal with the past. We understood that starting from 2014, there was already a war, but we called it the anti-terrorist operation. We were hoping that this war will not unfold into anything large scale, but we understand that Russia is doing these steps in order to destabilize the situation, not just on the map, but also through culture, history. They endeavor to promote their narratives to quarrel people among themselves. So at our civil public level, we try to influence these processes in some way, influence these disputable issues, because many people have been disputing on these issues in Ukraine, how we perceived various events in our history, how parents and children could have totally different opinions on, for example, World War II. But in 2022, everything has changed. Not fortunately, but rather unfortunately, just like all of us, we now have to deal with this war. But when everything started in 2018, our supervisors, Oksana Dolgopolova and Katerina Semeniuk, they acquainted in 2018, and they understood that actually they were having joint values, but they were dealing with memory in different areas. Oksana Dolgopolova has competence in academic field. She's been dealing with memory issues for a long time, while Katerina Semeniuk had quite a lot of experience of working with memorialization in arts. And they decided in 2022 to join their efforts and create such a project which combined these competencies. At that time, among our colleagues, we didn't have such a project which would be working at the intersection of academic field and arts. So now we are working with memory issues through arts, and this is the project we'll be discussing today in particular. All in all, if we summarize what we deal with in various areas, the first area is memorialization, and this area includes a lot of various types of activities. We try to consult people. Many representatives of public authorities and institutions address us. We are members of working teams. We try to be involved in developing memorialization policies. We work with artists who create memorials. We also consult communities which have a lot of requests for creating memorials right now. Also, we work with the military, and at the next event, we hope we will tell you what we've been doing since 2023 in Kharkiv. We've started to work with the Air Defense Brigade in Kharkiv, which want to memorialize their combatants, their co-militants. So this is one of the area of our work. But we've been doing with this even before the start of a large-scale war. But if we split two periods of war, we can say that in 2021, even before large-scale war, we hoped that in Melitopol there will be a Holodomor monument will appear in Melitopol city. We conducted a contest in 2022. We hope that this project will be implemented. And the memorial was supposed to be used in 2022. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in Melitopol, but it's part of our work to help conducting such contests, competitions, so that any projects would appear after certain procedures, like contest procedures. We believe it's quite a professional approach. Also, one of our famous projects is a glossary of working with the memory. It's actually a glossary of basic terms and definitions in Ukrainian, which explains certain terms which are used in the world, particularly after World War II, when this started creating this glossary, first of all, in Ukrainian, because 5 years ago in 2020, a lot of terms were unknown in Ukraine. They were just in English, they were in German, in Russian, but we wanted to make it not just as translation, but to provide interpretations from the Ukrainian side in terms of Ukrainian context. We wanted to show to the broad audience what is commemoration, and also we wanted to explain to our international partners and friends who also started being interested how we understand memorialization, and we want to ask them how they understand memorialization, what Holodomor means to them, in what way do they perceive the events in Ukraine. So starting in 2022, this request has even extended, and we started translating this glossary into English. At the end of the presentation, you will see 2 QR codes where you can look for our website, and here you can see also our micromedia project on Instagram. Micromedia used to be like a joke, there are some bloggers, micro-influencers, it's like small media outlets, but this is no longer a joke. So now we called it as a project because people address us thinking that we are a little media outlet telling about memorialization in Ukraine and abroad. People perceive us as a small media outlet. They really do. Probably it's a good result for us. Also, we conduct exhibitions in Ukraine and abroad on memory issues. Of course, this is now focused on the war, but these are no documentary exhibitions. For example, last year our team represented Ukraine at the International Biennale in Malta. It was quite an ambitious project, and it gathered various artistic creativity field actors. There was a project from our artist, and she was telling from her personal opinion about the history of her family, from Holodomor, World War II, the Russian war in Georgia, because she has also Georgian roots. And before the current war, through her personal history of her family, personal experiences, she was telling people what is happening in Ukraine right now, and he had quite a big response from people. So one of the areas of our work is to tell through personal stories, to tell what is happening right now in Ukraine. Sometimes we call it even as cultural diplomacy, when we do deal with this too. We conduct discussion courses or programs. They can be accompanied with the exhibitions. For example, a Chernobyl conference, we conducted it for the 35th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster, and also educational video courses. One of them, which was released like 20 minutes ago, we issue such video courses on memorialization, and I think that the last one you will see very soon, it's videos about the memorials which are now established in Ukraine since 2022. You can find these video courses on our this in a brief description outline of our work. And then Anastasia will tell us about the project which we present today, about memorialization in particular, because this arts intervention, which is our basic main topic today, it is related to the project Laboratory of Memorialization Practices. It's the first project where we started to cooperate with our partners. It's the program Partnership for Strong Ukraine. And basically, Anastasia will give us a little bit of background for this project. Yes, I've been the manager of this project. I don't see it quite well. Maybe I'll rise. Yeah, it will be easier to see the screen. So the Laboratory of Memorialization Practices is an educational and research project. And it appeared also as a response to the request of, memorialization and what to do about memorialization in Ukraine, especially. This project was developed together with the NGO, the Museum of Modern Arts. This project is actually consists of, it contains several challenges. We can even call them success stories, because when we started to thinking about this project, it was planned as a small in terms of the number of people. It was a small project oriented to artistic field actors whom we tried to establish joint educational projects, develop some ideas with supervisors and experts. But when we started an open call, how to switch the slides? Yeah, here we are. The stages of our laboratory. When we started an open call, we received a huge number of requests, 356 or 59, and all these requests were quite motivating for us. And we understood that this request, at least for educational part and memorization issue in general, what types of information are available, this is quite a topical, urgent request for many people in various fields, not just those who deal with developing memorials, or some objects, monuments, but also a number of specialists in other fields, local activists, specialists of various institutions. So we decided to maintain 2 stages for this laboratory, and the first stage was more extensive in terms of education for all participants who wanted to be involved with the laboratory. Quite a comprehensive stage for us. It included 9 or 10 lectures and also workshops. So a lot of theoretical and case study work has been conducted. It started from mid-March last year to May last year, and then we started an open call for the practical part, which was oriented to people who could actually develop some ideas of practical projects, like artists, architects, but our groups were mixed. They included also historians and researchers. So we decided to work on 4 cases in various regions of Ukraine, and those will be parts of our methodology. Those were expeditions and comprehensive tours, I would say, which involved communication with local residents, organizations, etc. And it was Mashuntseva near Kyiv, Odessa, Kharkiv, and Chernihiv. How many people did we have in general? At that stage, we had 25 or 27 people. When we started, we kind of evaluated ourselves quite modestly.
The people who wanted to work with memorialization or having that experience, and we were thinking that we'll find 25. How many applications we received? We received 359 applications. So actually all the program we redone, changed their approach. We need to satisfy that people. This was educational part, including workshop, lectures, and these people We wanted to give more information to the people about the memorialization of the global experience to many people as possible. And these 300 people in different kind of combination visited all these lectures and workshop. And still we have the feedback that people remember this event and they say, oh, we visited your laboratory. So for them, it was very important, and from time to time they take the information, include in their reports and process this. So why I'm talking about all these things? Because we would like to come closer to the idea, to the successful case which flow from these laboratory activities that was full-scale work. Now I would like to show you slides. Here you see photos from Kharkiv, Odessa. This is presentation, and during the presentation, there was 25 ideas presented. This is a quite good, and that presentation was the whole day, and you could see that presentation on site and information about the cases. And one of the examples, Kharkiv, it included the trip to the North Saltivka in 2024, communication with local residents. And general, there was a question how people in North Saltivka have attitude, what type of attitude do they have to the memorialization? And we discovered for ourselves that residents of that Saltivka are quite negative to the word memorialization in general. That's why we were surprised. There were some problems with connection. Now the air raid alarm. We will continue to work here. If somebody feel unsafety, please, you can apply to us and we will coordinate you where you can go to the shelter, because we have a shelter in 400 meters here. If somebody wants to go, you can. But in any case, we will have records of our workshop. So please take your decision, because now a raid alarm. Okay, I will continue because people decided to stay on that workshop. That was negative reaction to the memorialization of the word. In Kharkiv, we were surprised what's going on and why people react so much on that. That's why we discovered that for us, memorization, this like broad, open question, which include a lot of different ways to respect the memory, but for locals, there was association with two things: conservation of ruins, because of many times they have seen how many times delegation were coming and make a photo in different places of ruins, and they started to be afraid that somebody will want to leave these ruins in case to come here and to make a photo again and again and to demonstrate them and this scale of destruction. But it was kind of the residential areas, and despite of 125 buildings, all of them are broken or damaged somehow. But anyway, the life is still continuing there because the buildings were renovated there, and people returns to live side of that. And the second side, they thought, for example, about of this like memory, granite, the graves and so on. For them, there was association with that because they wanted in 2024 to plant flowers, but not to see kind of a graves, because for them, it was something we leave everything like as it is, and we will have a grave and have a memorial slab on it. So they had that type of imagination. And we understood that, in fact, so the communication and the idea is not related to such approaches of memorialization in general. Communication of that ideas actually would be quite a good result to make the people to understand what does it mean, memorialization. And we developed 4 or 5 ideas projects. And one of that ideas, Vitaly Kohan idea, and it looks like from based on his sketches. The idea was about memorialization. You see that kind of the slab, and these slabs actually were used for putting on the buildings in North Saltivka. In addition to these tiles, in Kharkiv, as you know, there is very popular to have different writing on buildings or whatever. So they're quite street art is very popular in Kharkiv. In Vitaly Kohan proposed to the part of the buildings in North Saltivka to paint with different messages. People still living here. I would like to add this first name. That's a memorialization by the language of street art. We need to say here, what does it mean, memorialization? Because it's very often is confused with commemoration. These are very professional terms, and we hear them every day. And maybe because if we will look in our vocabulary on our side, memorialization was one of the first term which we had there. Its definition, this is the system of action to give for the memorial objects of status of historical senses and aim to launch collective activities in the context of certain context of memory. These are actions which help and respect certain topic or place, or we can also include the governmental policy, for example, like a memorial. But if we are talking about commemoration, this is very also important because the project which we are talking about, it's like overlaps memorization with commemoration, because commemoration is about the community practice, some activities which are committed by people. For example, when we light a candle to respect the victims of famine. So this is like common ideas. This is commemoration. So in this project, which Vitaly Kohan proposed, it's not actually proposed to install some memorials, but he offers just to make some activity or some place around which the people can be united, like residents, the people who just passing by, or they may ask a question. They don't need a monument for that purpose. And in fact, actually, this project about the like fixation of experience, because, for example, these regions or places do not have that. And this is opportunity to make, this is a way, for example, to understand for people. And Vitaly Kohan proposed just to make this inscription on the tiles using different font. For example, this is quite interesting. In a year, because first it was within laboratory job together with Miss Semenyuk, who was the head of that project. There was idea presented, and actually there was a lot of responsive feedbacks, especially from the Kharkiv residents and community, that this project is really wanted to be implemented. And with the support of the fund, that was become possible. And in a year, everything is moving forward. And there is new expedition was in that. There are some issues that started to be disappeared. So the previous idea to make it on certain number of buildings was not so relevant because these buildings are inactive for renovation or whatever, and it was decided, and how to say, this kind of a way out from the situation. The school number 165 was chosen because it is in kind of a conservative state, and nobody studied there right now. There are employees who work still there, but the school, it doesn't operate because school is online only. And so along with the local government, we understood that schools won't be renovated, online education, and there received a permission because at the beginning, for example, they didn't understand what is going on, but at the end of the making this job, they were thinking if something will happen, because if the school will be renovated, how we can preserve this art street. So they started. That's why on the summer 2025, there was implemented this job on the walls of the school. I would like to show you, this is Vitaly Kohin, who is an artist, and he just makes kind of messages on the wall because, for example, I'm a witness of the horrors on 24 of February 2022, and for it is quite interesting to go around the walls of this school and to see different messages. So Vitaly actually has his thoughts, and his thoughts he like transferring to the walls of that school. He writes, for example, different type of messages. For example, the wall is a witness of horrors. He just make a picture of a cat, of a plane. There is no photos, but he paint, for example, table, and on the table there are old things. He paint, for example, fruits, and from the other side he just paint a gun. Sometimes things in the negative condition which are comprise our new reality. He doesn't obtrude his ideas. He just trying to make people to appear in that place occasionally or by reason, to go around the school to make them some memories arise. Maybe some people would like to discuss these thoughts with someone. They may not like these ideas. For example, this is quite a very sensitive intervention to deliver to the space of people to information, because it's this idea is not pretend to be immortal, but a kind of the memorial is kind of a proposal how possible to respect the memory, and at the same case to actually to direct their thoughts in something without like embody in a bronze or something. And you can go there to this North Saltivsk and to see yourself how these ideas is implemented. Now, this is quite interesting moment because tiles which were broken, it was collected and it was sent to the art residence by Natalia Ivanova, and Alexei Yalovega took it and he started to use this broken tile. He would also create some kind of art pieces from that task from the walls. Now to give a word from Katerina for one of the most important parts of the job. This is communication. I would like to say, just to make any job in a quite good way, it would be sad if nobody will learn about this. And because of this, we just perceive public communication. It's not like supplement to something, but as a part of it, because it's very important not to do something, but to explain to others why do you do something. And because of that, in that project, we were very happy when we received a lot of feedbacks, a lot of publication in mass media, a lot of feedbacks from the community, more than 50 publications, interviews, and so on. These are things that were initiated by journalists themselves. But it's not because we made kind of a press release. Of course, we did that, but we developed the communication strategy and started to think that we'll start to speak up about that work, how it appeared. We started to describe the stage of creation of this work, and as Anastasia said, we made a lot of different things, and people from the culture community and the Kharkiv residents saying us what type of job we need to implement. We started to talk to them, what we are going to do. We started to tell to our colleagues, our friends who have a relation to work in the field of memory, memorization, to architects, to artists, and to disseminate the information. This type of project will be already in the Kharkiv. And because of that, this kind of initiative helped us very much, because at the time when the job was created, many people already knew about it. And of course, this somehow improved the trust to us and within the professional community. And when we started to disseminate the press release, actually we had a lot of different photos. Everybody likes beautiful photos, right? And these two approaches all together made us possible to obtain quite a good result for such a niche project, but which are quite famous in all circles. And one of the best stories of success that this project unexpectedly was appeared on the Forbes pages, and up to September 24 for the issue about the independence of Ukraine, about Ukrainian art, art about the war, and Forbes, knowing that we created that type of job. And so we created, and job created that article for us. They wanted to discuss it on its pages to that issue of August month 2024. So, and altogether, this became possible because journalists with whom we were contacted that time and who are interested in art topics, they actually knew it before we proposed the press release. So it's very important to maintain relationship with people and to tell people even before the product is discovered at large. This component is very useful, and you need to assess it in a proper way. Okay, we are here on that page of my presentation. That's supposed to be, I wanted to show you some illustration to the previous slides, but these are this is a process of communication with a professional. Wait, because, okay. When we invited our colleagues, they came to us and wanted to see how do we work, and some of them help us to collect that broken tiles and to participate in these initiatives. We make tours for our colleagues from museum. We also having press tours for journalists. And generally, we just spend good time. So people like to make photos very much. And when they like to make photos, then they actually post it in the social media and make the story, and therefore the information is disseminated. Is worth.
quite nice, so it doesn't look like a press release. People tell their personal stories, personal impressions, and it's the best way of advertising. Perhaps the last thing we've done lately, we decided to use these tools, the tools which are available, such as Google Maps. We thought, why won't we just add these workplaces on the map, because the works are placed on the map. Many people orient themselves on the map. So we added this point, added it into the cultural object, cultural memory or something like this. And we added photographs from the school, and now we already start getting reviews from people. Some people evaluate our work, so it's quite a good tool to spread information. Yes, I also want to add a little thing, that one of the areas, it's like education and research, and in this area we had such a result because a lot of ideas were under development, but some of them in some of them we succeeded to implement them, but others not. But actually this our great path led us to one of these of the initiatives, numerous initiatives which we had. It's an initiative on memorialization. So it's quite a good success, and it's a summary of our work. And we kindly invite you to go to our website. You have 2 QR codes where you can find information about this particular project and other areas of our activity. The right QR code is a micro memory on the war, where we publish content about what we do. We tell a lot of practices of working with the memory in Ukraine and in the world. So subscribe to us. We will be happy to see you there, dear colleagues. There is a good opportunity to pose questions to our speakers. While you're thinking on your questions, I know that, yes, there is a question. But in the meantime, I'll say that we have a request on how we should, what we should have in eventually. We know that the things are not the way we want to see, but War Memory UA, this QR code on this page, it will be an answer for you on what the modern memorials can look like. Dear colleagues, I'm Yuri Gladenko from Sumy region. Now the subject is on the way, like the joint root of memory, and we would like to maintain a collective dialogue on understanding the situation, on creating a project. Like, for example, you suggested your idea from below, but there is a project which suggested from the government for potential tourists or academicians. And I'm kindly asking you, is it possible to take your practices for you to represent them on the working team, to make it creative, artful, and popular? And I think it will be very exemplifying, a good example for Ukraine how to approach the topic of memorialization. Of course, the memory tours, memory routes is not a new subject for us. In 2023, the National Agency of Tourism Development, they initiated such an idea, and we were in their working team, we were consultants. We do know that such a project is underway. We also have a video course on dark tourism, which used to exist in the world before, and it's quite topical, used to be quite topical in Chernobyl, but in Ukraine as well right now. When Ukrainian and foreign tourists come to see the destructions, the ruins, and it's a disputable issue how to maintain it. But sorry, I don't quite understand your question. We need the microphone to translate. It's an invitation for the girls to participate, to cooperate. Yes, of course we can cooperate, but also in response to your question, the laboratory took place in 2024. This project was implemented in 2025, but actually laboratory was initiated in 2023. Yet we have been working in Kharkiv for even longer time. So a good idea, a main idea which we didn't voice, we would like to say that good ideas, good projects are not past. It's like not for tomorrow, past projects. It's important to make it comprehensive. It's essential to invite us for cooperation, not for some ready-made solutions, but for if you invite someone, it can be a work for 2 or 3 years. And even if a small project should be implemented. But we understand perfectly well how the process is going, but we know that at the government level, the procedures are different and everyone wants things to be fast. So we should look for some compromise. We can share our contact data, we can share our experiences, we can tell you about our project. If you are interested, you can tell, you yourself can tell about our project to anyone. And we are happy, or we're only happy when on our example, approaches to memorializations can be shown. We will be happy to cooperate. Thank you. Another interesting point is forming culture, maintaining cultural dialogue, how to memorize and commemorate the living and dead people. Many organizations decide that, for example, we want to be something here. We want this to be this way because we have the right. And there is certain philosophy of cultural diversity, of dialogue, and forming a joint approach to collective memory. Your option are very interesting because these things which are appearing right now, it's very important that people understand that they should be reformatted eventually. Your idea, your projects will show the effects that memorialization and commemoration are very important areas, and we need to yet coordinate our actions, because thanks to your work we can see that there are also people who are working with similar projects, including creative sector actors, etc. Girls, could you please say what was the cost of your project? Because here we have people who influence the budget, and I think funding issues are very interesting to them. Just a second, please. Oh, we didn't bring the budget, unfortunately. It's not a secret, no. No, not millions, for sure. Those are not millions. I think it's about 300,000 hryvnias. But look, there is one important point: production, and there was an artist involved, but this does not include also communications, and communications is a separate story. I would say in general that the cost of this project was not like more in money. Of course, for the artist to work, there were some items were needed, and of course some funds were used. But it cannot be compared to construction works. It's quite a modest budget. But most of the costs were not in money, but it was teamwork, team efforts to maintain connections with local community, with the school, these are the things which are very difficult to buy with money. So in terms of finance, yes, these are quite little interventions. It's good for the budget, but you have to be ready that you'll be investing other resources. If you're interested with about the accurate numbers in the budget, we will look through it and give it the number to you later. My name is Alexandra. I represent Dragachivska City Council. Dragachivska community is in the north of Kharkiv region. You know where Dergachi is? Yes. And so I kindly invite you to Dergachi community. Although we have combat actions close to us, we have the border, but Dergachi is 25 kilometers from the border to the west of Saltivka, but it would be good to implement collaborative practices with you. I think regarding the budget, our city council will be very interested in this project. Right now, unfortunately, we have the problem that our society's practices of commemoration of the current war, those practices are kind of dissipate and they are not joined. And not many ideas are supported by the local government. Local government is involved in this, but since we have hostilities near, we don't have a lot of time and the possibility to invest a lot of efforts. If you'll be in Kharkiv and have an intention to expand your project, then on our part, we will be able to organize transportation for you, and we will be welcoming you in Dergach. I think we will approach you and exchange contact data. We thought of making a slide with contacts, but networking is very important, so we'll communicate later. I'd like to say a few words also. Maybe if there is such a notion, if you think that in Ukraine we will eventually see a joint, unified opinion on anything, I will disappoint you. It won't be this way, because when we communicate with people, there are very different opinions, a lot of different opinions, and actually this is a wonderful thing about this, because we are all different. But when we go to the level below, we always see some resistance, and of course we need to work with this, we need to seek dialogue, but we will eventually arrive at the necessity to see and face the situation when people have different opinions. Thank you very much for your reviews, but I would like to mention that our main goal is not to do as much as we can, to implement as many initiatives as we can, but to show on one or two examples and to inspire you to introduce the same in your communities, to involve people who want to do this locally, to learn to implement such projects, because this is the main point, to disseminate information, to disseminate actions rather than just theory, and not the same people are supposed to do everything everywhere. Yes, thank you. And indeed, this is very important about our approach. This that you can invite artists, various specialists, looking at their practices, you can involve them and work together. And a very important factor is that indeed it should be with proper communication, quite deep communication, traveling around, and this is a method of what we do. And this approach to, it's not like, some contractor takes everything onto themselves and does all the job if other people do not have some artistic competence, but it should be a teamwork with interdisciplinary approaches. Thank you very much. We have the last question in this cycle. Yes, it's not like a question, but more like we are in Palestine today. We have commemoration day because we have terrible situation. Yesterday was a child. She's our world champion, European champion, Ukrainian champion, and she unfortunately died. But now I'd like to say about memory. You touched upon very many things today regarding memories. Rockets, missiles hit the recently renovated premises. It was our railway station, and if we conducted such a project as you do in our railway station, that would be very interesting. It's a very good experience, but we would like to suggest another project we have in our city. We have Natalia Skrinik, it's local artist, a member of the Association of Ukrainian Artists. She has a lot of merits. She's young, but she's had a wonderful project, which we now present to everyone. The question is how the project is called "How Are You?" about the first days of the war. She has conducted exhibition in our art gallery, but we dream of making such street art after the war in our city, so that this will be also a commemoration place related to the war. We really want to cooperate with you and get involved in this project. I think that you will be also interested in this. Thank you very much. Okay, now we will have a switch of the speakers. You will still have an opportunity to communicate because we will have the last panel where you can have an opportunity to discuss things with the girls again. Before we proceed to our next speech, we will kindly ask you, whoever needs the audio translation, you can take the set from our colleagues. Very often we speak about international experiences in memorization and whether certain projects are topical or not, and it relates to the interest in how different nations work with memory, because unfortunately the history of humanity is the history of wars. We face such a situation right now. In some places, such military conflicts have been going on for quite a long while. So our next speaker is Mrs. Luisa Franco. She represents the organization Past Transitional Justice. She's been working with the conflict in Colombia for quite a long time. So today she will tell us about her experience with memorialization, why she came to Ukraine, and why she's interested in memory issues related to the Ukrainian independence war. It's a very good opportunity for us to discuss it with Miss Luisa, because for us many things are new, but for some countries and communities, these are grievous and quite long-lasting experiences. So the floor is yours.
Тому мої колеги говорять, щоб я презентувала інформацію по Колумбії, і це буде дуже цікаво. Від вас це дуже далеко, від вашої реальності, але це моя країна. Все добре?
Whoever has any comments, please. Tatiana Safronova, I represent Lubinska territorial community of Poltava region. I would like to support your words, how important the process is in memorialization for a specific community, because people locally do not wait until we adopt some decisions like the government, but people locally initiate how to memorialize how to commemorate their wounded or dead people or the casualties during the war. And an example of our community is when the community addressed an architect, and the architect joined efforts with a working team locally, and we planned a reconstruction of the little garden inside the city. So people reconstructed it with their own hands at their own cost. Whoever didn't have an opportunity to give money, they were involved with materials, they did specific work with their own hands. So in November 24, we plan to open this little garden, city garden, and it would be wonderful, of course, if we have people who would be doing everything professionally, nicely. But in general, it's very important for people to have it right now when they are still alive, when they have vivid memories, because there are also a lot of missing people in Ukraine, and it's crucial for our country. Thank you very much for your experience. We will definitely use what you shared with us. Greetings. Could you please share about the libraries? Did you involve libraries for storing information and then to monitor or investigate it, and then from libraries you would proceed with giving documents to the archives? Do you have any experience of how libraries were involved in your country? There is a comment to this. We have a library network in Ukraine which is quite developed, and at least in most villages we even have little libraries. That's why this question has been asked, because this network of libraries in Ukraine could potentially be involved for memorialization. Do you have any other questions? Okay, so if you please, you will be able to ask questions later in private communications. Now we have actually completed our first panel session. Since we've been a little bit early ahead of schedule, so we probably start our coffee break, and we will begin at 12:05.
Dear colleagues, take your seat. We continue. Take your seats. We are taking seat. Please take your seat. Hopefully that the first part was quite interesting for you, education, and you've heard about the practices which are realized here and now in Kharkiv, and those that have been realized in Colombia. Thank you to Miss Louisa. I hope that for your communities that received valuable information, and it is clear, for example, you can't copy of everything because each gромad, each community has certain issues related to memorialization, and the colleagues have mentioned that memorialization, it's not memorials and streets or stands. This is a process which is designed to fix the record, the events, and memorization has kind of a healing effect because all of us are traumatized right now. The request for fairness and is important, but of course, some in the future, hopefully soon, it would be punished. Those who just brought to that situation. Memorization is a tool to be heard, first of all, and based on my evidences and experiments, I see that among the civil victims of war, they are not even present in the space, in the programs of memorization, and even in terms of social assistance. These also need to be think because the experience is very traumatized. Miss Katerina from Berestinska Gramada mentioned about the death of our champion. And there are a lot of such kind of situation in across other communities because memorialization of the civilians is also important. About the experience of our Izum city, the head deputy mayor of Izum, Vladimir Matsokin, will share with his experience decommunization. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much. I very happy that they invited me today to our to workshop to tell about our experience of our Izum Gramada. I am a deputy mayor of Izum. And as of today, I'm satisfied to hearing about international experience. I also heard about the art project in Kharkiv, which take place. And now please listen the official from the Izium. I'm working from 2015. I went through all the stages, and for me, it's very important right now to feel perhaps the vibe uh, which was working on our community. Maybe something can be implemented right now, but these are stages. And I would like to share you information in relation of our approaches under the war, how we just handle this topic of memorialization, because our community was 6 months under occupation. We're speaking here about the communities which actually was ruined for 80%. The community which had tragedies of global scope. We have the grave for 449. There are places where the people died. For example, like altogether 50 people at once. And I would like to tell you what I would like to start with. In our community, we have the processes which I would like to share with you. I remember the year 1991. I remembered my city when I just graduated from the institute and Ukraine became an independent. But Izum had two main streets, Frunze and Sverdlova, by tradition. As you know, at that time, when all the Article 7 of Constitution of the USA has been cancelled and so on. And perhaps there was a will of those people which we had that time. And from our map disappeared the Sverdlova Street that was the central and become Saborna Street. It was the internal decision of our local government. And I remember that this process continued. And as you remember, at the beginning of the war, there was shoot a plane in Luhansk where our citizen died, Goncharenko. And at this time, we wanted to memorize him because it was at the beginning of the war, the decision of the council, the party of regions should be done that. And we managed at that time to bury that guy after identification. And luckily we were implemented the street of Sergei Goncharenko. And there was a memorial board appeared on the educational institution where he was studied. Unfortunately, this school is now ruined. There is no memorial board anymore, but this is a story of our community. And you know, when the law was adopted in 2015 about the judgment of the social and communist regime, so we thought for a long time how, for example, we should act because there was no any decrees how to do that. And of course, time the headline was the academic commission, but we created the expert council from our activists, historians who were interested in the history of Slobodan area. And the kind of thesis was born there, which helped us to move further. And we defined for ourselves the three main directions. First of all, what we would like to have in the history of our city and for our community. The second, we and Ukraine. And the third was we and their world. It is clear that in the first group, there were our famous people, poets, artists, those who created industry in our community. In the second group included the heroes of the sky hundreds, Vladimir Mономах, and so on. But when we started to discuss about who are we and what we would like to show to the world, there was a moment when we defined that we would have the John Lennon Square, Street of Victor Tsoi, at that Vladimir Vysotsky, Bulgakov, Raphael, Picasso. So at this moment, that was a different, interesting moment because at that time we were very tolerant and all this kind of apricot apple street were available. At that time we were like that and it was normal. We had the Pravda street because Pravda is equal to true like Proletarska street, Proletarian street. Because we were tolerant, but at that moment we started to think broader because the law is not only about academic names, but we also had, for example, the kids camp Arlonak. And in this case, we went approach children and asked them, please propose on the names of the children camp which you would like, how would you feel comfortable? And they offered to us 5 or 7 names, and that it was voted and defined that Arlona will be changed to another name. But unfortunately, the occupiers ruined that camp because it was in active hostilities, and we defined that time to reorganize the management. It was like the Department of the Youth and Sports that we decided the time and image project added. That's why that department employed new people, young one, and they had the task that time to promote the image of the city, to tell who are we or what are our values about our museum, about our nature, and so on. And at this time of names, we started to change somehow. And actually, our community, we had Lennon, because there was a square of Lenin that it became Lenin Square. But at that time, our department think we received more than 200 publications in mass media to renaming in our community. And for us, for example, we had maybe you know Gamle Zinkovsky, who created some art object in our place, which are still live. We have Yaroslav Ladygin, we have Jadon to visit us, and he said, let's do a festival. Uh, and we started mural, actually, because when we have learned that when it was known that we have the Lenin Square, the Bankeval said, let's make a mural in your city. And now you see it after the occupation right now. And the Bankeval gave us money and we created that mural. But from that mural, there was a festival held by Jadon. That was quite interesting. There was art, for example, just conducted by the Ukrainian poets and so on. I would like to say that what for this is done, because actually, for example, read Wikipedia, who is Lenin. Maybe I'm not for Lenin, but like I'm for Lenin as a trigger, for example. But when all the protests continued, but we had this publication, the festivals, and our city and the place where this mural is, it started to be transformed into artistic location. We have, for example, we have a cafe right now which is called Yoko. There was, for example, we wanted to create the space with the passageways, the streets, with certain with the citation from Beatles. But unfortunately, further on, the war started. And I would like to say that despite we didn't completed that job, we have also famous street. And before the war, there was decision made to change the Ростовський шлях street to Ізюмський шлях street. But when the war started, there is no anymore cafe. Mural was ruined partially as well. And I remember then these first emotions when there was occupation of our community for 6 months. I remember a very huge, how to say, the layer of different memories when near Izum, Roman Ratushny died near Izum. He is very famous civilian advocate. And I didn't know much about him, but I knew that it was activist of Protasov Yar. And it was pleasant to look at that person, how he was oriented. And there was no law at that time. Of course, we were far from that community. And we thought that somehow we need to memorize that person or to have a lyceum, because even that person didn't live in our community, but he died on our lands. And after the occupation, first what we've done, we decided to reconsider and to check the list of their honorable citizens. And we remove from the list, for example, some priest, this Igor Dumarin singer, because absolutely different positions, because he said his other views about the tragedy. And then the law was adopted about the blaming of the propaganda of the imperial policy in Ukraine. And the instrument which have been used for that has changed. We couldn't, for example, to find so much specialists or activists because they didn't exist in our community, and we need to think what to do. And we started to look through the social media where the names were discussed. And first, to remove all this type of apricot apple streets and so on, these names, and actually to remove those triggers, which was word of mouth before. So at that time, we just only once made voting. It was very, it was hard at that time. The people how to rename the first May Street when the 50 people died. And this street was renamed to the Street of Memory. There was a lot of proposals from the poets, some of them saying that it should be of the angel keepers, but we decided the Street of Memory. We also had the idea, for example, how to say it correctly. For example, we wanted to have the Stepan Bandera Street, and then appeared the Roman Ratushny, Evgen Konovalets, Golden Mayer, London, Jihad, Steve Jobs streets. We have a lot of different type of dead streets. We used everything is possible.
We commemorate 15 combatants who died. This is mother of Roman Ratushny, and here I'd like to note that on this street, which used to be called Lomonosov Street, there was a huge fire. It was after the occupation. Half of the street was burned down. And Roman's mom, when she came to that street, unfortunately, only one person put a board there that And she was so, touched with that. So she made a post on social media, and people collected money to renovate their destroyed house. And as you know, this tragedy continued. The second son also died. I apologize for this photograph, but I'll go back to it. We actually enshrined all the military units which were liberating our city, and 15 combatants who protected and died. And it's not just those who protected our city, because in Izum we have Matsievsky Street, Glory to Ukraine Street, and also we have Sergei Savitsa Street with mass burials. There was a person with black and with yellow and blue bracelet, and he was tortured and killed in the forest. Of course, we had a lot of discussions. The first discussion was about what to do about Vysotsky Street, and Bulgakov Street. It was quite controversial. And the second discussion was also regarding one of the streets, and we came to the conclusion Putin, he was one of our citizens who was a pilot, but just imagine a picture that somewhere in a trench there is a Russian military who also respects Pushkin, a Russian writer Pushkin, and he's an admirer of Pushkin's poetry. So the question is, after all those tragedies, can we be in one and the same culture environment with our enemies? Can we make such, places where this one we do not touch? No, it's impossible due to the tragedies which our community has undergone and which the entire Ukraine is undergoing. Bulgakov Street, Soy Street, Pushkin Street, they all disappeared, and Pushkinska Street became Stepan Bandera Street. Moscow Street turned into Ivan Mazepa Street. And this is our history. But now if we proceed to how we deal with the I know I'm running out of time, so I'll be very fast. I still have 15 minutes. Thank you. Well, first of all, if we proceed, the Zoom National Museum, local museum, everything has been evacuated, luckily. And when there was the occupation, people started coming and saying, let's collect all these things, items, and not for them to disappear. And people started to bring some items which remained after the Russians. Can I call them orky here? No. So there are remains of shells, the ammunition. The people brought the books that Russians brought to our educational establishments, their fairy tales, their maps, their informational leaflets, their notifications, which were posters which were hanging on the walls. And to be honest, there are letters of those soldiers, Russians. For example, for me, it was the most impressive are the letters which wives write to their husbands who kill Ukrainians. When I came back to my home, I actually, just for you to understand, there are 4 trucks of such stuff in my house, which I went was bring to the dump, trash dump, and I was reading a lot of letters of them. It was interesting. All the communications between the families, the numbers of the bank cards, why you gave your bank cards to your mother, not to me. We have a joint daughter, so give me the card. And I just stopped reading it. We collected all this evidence, and now in our museum, we have an exhibition which is called the Izum Occupation Exhibition. There are such impressive photos, very interesting and striking photos, because, you know, when people were making these photos, they didn't have light, they didn't have electricity, they could have been killed because there are military equipment, there is some numbers of these military units, and they were risking, but still people made these photos, and now they are kept in our museum. As for follow-up steps, first of all, we created an exhibition, and it has already been demonstrated in Kharkiv and abroad. It is called the Izum of Heroes. We tried to use this way to say to people that even in such terrible conditions under occupation, people were so courageous. There are a lot of stories, of course, about our Volodymyr Vakulenko. He's the writer, local writer, also about our physician, Yuri Kuznetsov, and his deeds, which our First Lady was telling about. He was like a luminary during the occupation. Also, there is information about our scout, Oleg Yefimenko, who was tortured by Russians. And we are now exhibiting these items, and we try to demonstrate that heroes can be living just around the corner from you or next to you, just for fulfilling their duties. So we're now supplementing this exhibition, unfortunately, because we collect other evidence and items, and we keep extending our exhibition. When we still didn't have electricity, we once gathered at the museum and discussed that memorialization should be dealt with today. And already today we collect information about every person who died. And it's good that school children also collect this information. They wanted to do it online, but it's very important to involve them to to feel this situation, because a war touched not just every family in our country, but we keep working, we collecting items, we collecting memories of people. And regarding memorialization, commemoration, we took the following path. It was so striking for me. I was on a business trip in Ivano-Frankivsk, and there is a very nice pedestrian street which was leading to the mayor's house in the city. People were walking around, and they also was putting posters and stands. At that time, people didn't even think that they will lack place. Now the exhibition is already lasting throughout this pedestrian street. It's as long, so long now. So we decided to make the memorial in a digital form so far. I'm not saying this is an absolutely final decision, but as of now, we have purchased the screen. It cost us about 1 million hryvnias for a community, but now, thanks to the local organizations in our museum, there is information all the time about people who died. This is the way we took. It is located in a central city square. Everyone has access to it. Everyone can watch what is displayed on the screen. And just that's the way we selected. I don't say it's a perfect path, but this is what we chose. And of course, if we summarize, we also have a a site of mass burials where 449 people were died, were tortured during the occupation. And by the way, just imagine, the exhumation took place in 2022. And now I'm here, and today we are completing this procedure exactly today. Today we would bring 11 bodies. They are the last bodies which to be buried, because identification took quite a lot of time. All these forensic procedures according to the criminal legislation. Now today 11 bodies have finally been buried in the Izum land. Although now G7 ambassadors and reporters come to Izum, and we now understand that we kind of need to memorialize all of this. But right now we only have stands. Then we have a tragedy site where so many people died in the same place. It's a memory street. It's the place where there is the first Lyceum, our pedestrian bridge. And we envision all of this as a unified space. This is our memory route. I would like to complete my presentation with the following. When I speak to journalists, I will say that with due respect for the tragedy which took place in Bucha, do not compare this to what happened in Izum, because 1 month of occupation and 6 months of occupation, this is a big difference, not in terms of time, but in terms of psychological trauma and in all aspects which are imaginable. And I even, envy what is happening now in Bucha, because in Bucha they have a memorial. This is all nice. But perhaps, this is my subjective opinion, I apologize, but for me, it's a little bit sorrowful, because although this procedure has not been completed and the front line is 36 kilometers away from us, but still we need to work on some basic things, on understanding basic things, to realize how to solve these issues, how not to turn our city into a sheer symmetry, how to put proper emphasis to show it tragically but inspiringly at the same time. How to find a trigger which will help us to move on, because as you know, we have so many questions to resolve from now on. I'm listening to your speeches, to our discussions, and I understand that we really have to think, because it's for centuries. It's all for centuries, and we need to find ways to give messages to the future generations in order to explain what kind of tragedy happened in Bucha, in Izum, in Ukraine in general, and why, and thanks to which we keep living, and we will definitely survive. Thank you. By the way, this is done by a big team, and each member of the team is like a pearl. And today we have the chief of our department, Marina Kolоворotna. She's the culture department chief. She's actively involved in all these processes. Dear colleagues, we won't let Vladimir go, because still there are questions, because the experience of Izum city is quite demonstrative. Yes, let me say a few words and ask questions. Igor Shishko, I represent the veteran space Plech in Kharkiv. First of all, I'd like to make a statement. Whether it's for centuries or not, we do already have an experience, and the experience is that we have forgotten how many years the Ukrainian war has been taking place, and nobody can say it for sure. Somebody says it started in 2022. And then, no, it started in 2014. And it seems to be right. But I would say that this war has been going on for centuries and we keep forgetting it. What we see is the result of our forgetfulness. We showed not just to Russians, but to the whole world who are smarter that, you know, some of the countries are also looking on trying to bite pieces of our land. And all our countries is envisioned as a very nice piece of land to be captured. So we would like, and the Russians actually decided that they want to capture us and they can capture us. They preferred that we would be spending more money on peaceful things, not on the military, but eventually this caused even more destructions, more casualties, and unfortunately we observe this on a daily basis. It's a question for everyone and for you in particular. I cannot answer the following question. We discussed it with Maria and she asked me, how would you envision, what is your idea? And the issue is not the lack of experts or ideas, but the idea is, you know, how to do it in a way differently from the Soviet time, how to reflect it specifically for this particular war to show our Ukrainian identity and not to turn it into sheer symmetry. Because, you know, PTSD is a very difficult mental problem, but we don't want to live through it every day. For example, a person goes around, sees a picture of a ruined house and hears some sound of a drone flying and has a flashback and PTSD. But we would like to renovate it in a way not to forget all the people who died to preserve our country. In addition, we discussed today how to preserve this memory about the military in particular, but not just the military, but also civilians. And you know that we also had a lot of foreigners who fought in the Ukrainian army. A lot of people, a lot of foreigners have been tortured and a lot of have been captured, have been taken as captives. And there were various motives to come to Ukraine for them, but still they came to protect, to defend Ukraine and to resist Russians in this war. So the question is how to keep balance in all of this, how to do it in a proper way. We're still looking for a proper way. So the question for you, Vladimir, what would you propose? How to make it not like in the Soviet time, with these big monuments, but this idea with the digital screen is very nice. But we're still looking for a big way how to answer this question, how to find a proper model for memorialization. To be honest, I'm thinking on this topic as well, in a way that, you know, there are different thoughts. For example, first of all, I very often recall, I've studied in Kharkiv and I used to attend youth park in Kharkiv. And it's so impressive actually. To explain to anyone, it's actually a cemetery. There are some children's attractions, a cafe, a restaurant, and tombs right away close to it. And it looks terrible for from the first glance. On the other hand, I would say that in our city, we have a huge memorial dedicated to World War II. And we've been thinking, what's next? Maybe we can combine it in some way or not combine it in some way. Izium is the place where there was a big tragedy. There was the Izium and Barvinkova operation where hundreds, thousands of people died in World War II. And it's impossible just to close this issue. On the other hand, I've been to Kiev.
I went to the National Memorial and I was there, and it just opened, and I will see how they made it. There was a lot of discussion there, and maybe you will tell me that I'm not right, but I like how they did it because I didn't feel bitterness there. When I went there, and I've seen kind of indication the zone of rest, and there is a cafe. Oh, I was thinking how it's possible actually. This is like a cemetery. Some groups of some identified soldiers here, the columbariums, but somehow they managed to combine this. And I am not an expert in this, but I was together with relatives and we like to be there. So it means it's possible to combine these things and to create our Ukrainian content because we are unique and our war is unique. That's why this decision will be unique. Tell me, you were telling about their decisions. Who just approve all these ideas, decision, how actually the process is organized in Zoom? The, the process of the 2015 and now talking about the later one, telling the truth, this is the economic commission, but you have a colleagues who are interested how the process is arranged. I would like to say that in our city we have the local history experts and we do not have much variety of thoughts as in 2015 because many people died or left. So Toponomic Commission, of course, and they had the architect of the city. And we also have the culture department and education department and youth and sport department. And the last question, please. Okay, because microphone, because otherwise I'm also from Ramada, which was under occupation for 6 months, but late tragic. When the first time I returned to my city, I was actually crying. But when I went to Zoom, I had a heavy crying because I can't imagine the so terrible condition was where was Izum. I applied for Maria to for the help because the specialists didn't return from the war. And we are talking more about the renaming. I knew almost all the people, I knew the history of the place, but I knew how it was during the Soviet Union, and it was hard. And also, we had the person who actually created that place, and there was always voted against him. I am 64, but my teacher was dying in Poltava. She thanked that commission voted for renaming the Rostovtsev colonel Russian to the historical to Chernigivets. And she said, I was living that life for something. And she always had a file when she wanted to rename that place. And for today, we have the Chernigivtsev place. When it was very hard for me, I called to you and I'm happy for Zoom because there's kind interesting moments, but we managed. It was very hard actually at that time because we don't have specials. We have different people, different ways of influence that something does not. But I think very much to the commission, the regional commission from the state authority, they had their position. It doesn't matter how they force something, but we made as we wanted. The tragedy is exist. I remember those moments, for example, when the Captain Morris, he just jumped into the plane and he protected the village because he is my student. I know him, but he is a hero of Ukraine, and we were supported by the president of Ukraine. And for 2 years, we just trying to prove Zelensky, Zaluzhny, and he was awarded as the hero of Ukraine. So Mr. Vysoky is ahead, and we follow him. I would like to say, despite of the difficulties, challenges, when there is were when in a Zoom community the experience. But we have 3 or 4 toponyms in the Zoom region because we have a quite big region, and only for toponyms actually for the Kharkiv region is less damaged as Izium community. This speaks about the quality work, and we would like to thank our Izium community. But now we will have a lunch break for 1 hour, and we would continue our work later. we Dear colleagues, let's get started. Please take your seats. Dear colleagues, it's a time start to return to our discussions. Let's move to our third session. But before we start, I would like to pay your attention to the following things. We conduct our event during the day, which always says to us that our war with Russia continued. Today, we had very tragic events in Ternopil, and it shows that despite we are talking today, we have pains. We are from near frontline communities, but the war is here and is across whole Ukraine. Job Balaklia could also suffer the same as we are. As we are saying that somebody suffers more or less, but currently the whole in the war. That's why just let's remember those victims of today and other victims. Please stand up and respect the victims. Thank you very much. Continue our discussion. And we invite our representative from Dnipro, Ms. Hanna Teryani, head of the Department of the Modern Russian-Ukrainian War of the Dmitro Yarosnitsky Dnipropetrovsk National Historical Museum. Hello, everyone. I was thinking for a long time how we are going to speak about the memorization issues because our exposition was created in 2016, but in 2017. We started with memorization issues starting from the ATO time. There was created the Hall of Memory. It still exists, luckily. And you see here 600 faces of representatives of Dnipro region. And they're saying, that's it. Because after 2017, all continued to die. We didn't have even time where to have these photos to place. We had issues because relatives approached us of those who died in 2017 and telling us because we see here these people, but we don't see our relatives. And from the very beginning, our place was like a circle where the families of those who died or missing people came here. And now we couldn't, even that time, we couldn't actually to memorize those people because there was no space. And these people came to us even with flowers and telling, I would like to tell you that I heard all that your presentation. So we should not create that asymmetry, which not even still completed, because we don't have that a premise for that. And what we have to do with all this, see Here under their photos, you see personal belongings of some people. And there is also a question to this because somebody says, I just brought a watch. Why you put here this, but not that? And people claiming that between different families, why I said this, why she brought and you put it and you put to the storage and so on. Because you see here, everything is signed because it's written here, the things of that person or that person, but how to differentiate which one of them is better, less deserve, more deserve. So this is about that this is like ongoing process. And then I would like to say the following, that that the event is incompleted yet, and where to take the information from. If, for example, up to 2022, we had the memory books, which we republish several times. And there was stories and photos of all the people who died. So the relatives brought to us the information. This information was open. And those people who didn't provide somehow the information, what we do, we just applied to the certain institution to get the information, because the museum should provide only the very true information. Currently, sometimes private organization applied to us, and they memorize, for example, a certain number of people, defenders. But can you imagine IDPs, residents, and so on? But they choose 20, for example, 20 people to memorize, right? And I asked, where do you take the information about these people? Where do you take that? They say in their burial agencies. I don't want to take information for the memory museum from the burial agency, because if somebody was buried in the military form, it doesn't mean anything. You understand that? Because on an example of the big city, we can't do that. I've seen how it is done in small villages, because you know them, all the people. But every day in a big city, we see the relatives of certain people come and they start saying, of course, why their relatives are not here, because I have no right for go to the burial agency and to collect the information from here. And we decided that those people who already can provide that information, we just collect that information. We take information, just conduct some events, and just put it to the archive right now. Because we decided not to have the mass exhibition, because mandatory it would happen that we lose someone, and it's not possible. Here, for example, as I said, the influence of the non-verified sources of information, because some private organizations, but you understand that information which they provide, they may not have the correct data. Maybe for example, there could be some fans of the city. We also follow all these resources, trying to keep an eye on them and to choose a certain list of name stories, who, for example, which relatives, which families, because we're trying actually to communicate directly with the families of those who died, to ask them whether they would like their relatives' memory to be maintained. Also, we have exhibitions which are devoted to the brigades. In 2015, when we opened the internal exposition, we just made the same mistake with the killed people. We didn't receive even the whole list of those brigades which are participated in war. let's say the information is came to us about 128 Brigade, and they say, oh, this is our exposition where our people. But the museum has been created in 2022, and we closed with that. We're starting to inform them that somehow we will do that. We just collect information right now. This is related not only to those who died or missing people, it's also related to the memory of those like military passes of the brigades. They're absolutely different because everything is changed, even the uniform. I would like to say that we kind of actually close us in this space of ATO, and now a lot of forces are applied to go beyond these borders because this is very important. And then we have very often work with communities, those the families of those who died. And because of that, I'm trying to approach them and to listen to them. How do they want to see the memory of their relatives? But there are kind of the stones on the way because very often people do not understand. They would like to have at least any memory. But it seems to me in each city you are from, you have seen the similar creations. For example, even by district, we go to any place like neighborhood, let's say, and see the photos of people the same, they're everywhere. In the 5 years, they would look terrible. And we discussed with representatives of the Institute of National Memory what we're supposed to do with them later, how to remove it. Can you imagine to tell the families of those who died that you are going to remove these photos? As I said, in a big city, for example, you can't imagine the number of those who died. So what are you going to do? You would like to put these photos, some jars, and kind of glass steles of bad quality to install and then to remove them. And who can take that responsibility? At least it would be better to start to involve many people who would be able to create kind of the piece of art to show that in a good way to make the people to stop. We approached by many school children and students to our museum, and they are not interesting to look at the photo of the person whom they don't know and where the only date of birth and death. And I remember my childhood. I wasn't interesting because I don't want to create something that was not interesting even in the Soviet Union. Because to see that the same is created also by our enemies. Because if to change only the flag, it will be the same. And because of that, actually, in the purse of the quickness to remember, to memorize everyone, it's not possible to do that because we don't need to do that because we want to receive any like feedback. Let's imagine how in your childhood you approach any museum, what you were interested in. For example, to press some button and to see some interactivity and something else. But now it would be the same. How many times do you said about these multimedia panels? We need to collect and show the life to make people to come and to look at this to understand about that person, but not only dates. This must be just to show the dates of birth and death, it's not interesting. Because even on the cemetery, we don't have like a unified presentation. Because I like about the art street how the people created. They showed their approaches. They plant trees, bring some projects. They're better than those. For example, they invested money or something that nobody need that. I also would like to show you the following. This is like sensitivity. I've I just make a lot of the excursion, and I see so many people come to us, and all the time I'm trying to think what I'm going to tell them, and never in beforehand I don't know. Only when I see people. And then just approximately I started to think what would be interesting for them. This topic started worry me much. What do what do people do not want? People do not want tragedy all the time, but our museum of the modern Russian and Ukrainian war is not about the joy, but we need to show that the participants of these events and they are here inside of it. And I asked from
So
Americans.
I asked Americans, not the ones who relocated our applicants, but Americans, British. And I was very happy to listen to the Colombian experience today. Indeed, this is what we need. There should be a certain national emphasis. We cannot just take Colombian, British, or US experience as it is. We need to see and show a beautiful story of memory, where a person would like to pause, to stop and feel their own participants' involvement in the events. Once representatives of Franco-British Museum and came to us. No, it was a journalist. He was like he has a mixed origin, Canadian, American, Franco, and Ukrainian. And we went to Dnipro. He wanted to see how we commemorate people in cemeteries. I'm not sure he managed to see everything he wanted, but I heard a lot of times from the families whose children died. We have one mother who lost her own son, and she said, I buried him at the military cemetery next to other soldiers so that he's not alone. So this whole idea of military commemoration and military burials, it should be worked on. And we need to take all opinions into account and listen to all the ideas, of course, first of all, from the family members. Although, family members are not very often right when you have to persuade them because they want just a candle and a flower. We were like fighting. I was trying to persuade them to make it beautiful. I'll show you later what was our outcome. This is also foreign experiences and how memorialization is carried out in other countries. Of course, we would like to know more about foreign experiences, to read, to watch how other people do this, and how to provoke as much emotion as possible in a person. We shouldn't target the relatives, just relatives, but we need to target everyone who will come to a museum. I always insist that when relatives come, I say it straightforwardly. Do you see? It's not for you. They are looking at me like shocked, but I'm saying it's not for you. Still, a mom or a wife, they are shocked. it's not for you, I'm saying, because you have a cemetery, you have your memories, you have your family photographs at home. But this museum exposition is that for your father or brother to be commemorated by other people who didn't know him. They have like a turn in their mind because, but they say, yes, for sure. Do you want that your son will be known by as many people as possible? She says, of course. So why do you not allow us to exhibit more information about their life, not just write the years of birth and death? I know that you will approach his photograph in the museum, but people from all over the world come to my museum. What should I show to him? Just the years of his life and the photographs? The photographs which are even under the glass. They are not so valuable and interesting. And these old type photos, they deprivate over time. So relatives come with new photos, with better photos. And I was surprised because they have actually various photographs at home, like colorful ones, but in the museum we have just old ones. So we came to the conclusion that we need to focus on museums rather than the cemeteries. This is what we arrived at, that we need to change our approaches. And every time when we have events or some sessions with psychologists or some entertainment events, I'm very happy actually when parents of our warriors who died, the children who died, they come to carry out cheerful events at our museum. Those events help them keep living. They even organize concerts, they sing songs, they dance even. And I'm actually amazed and I'm happy that we finally left this vicious circle of mourning, constant mourning. So when our exposition is already quite stable, so far we have no right to kind of ruin it, or so far we cannot expand it, unfortunately. So we kind of try to vivify it with some life events, with commemorative events, like recently our area defense unit, there was a young officer who died from an air attack in Dnipro city, and I was shocked and stricken because his young wife came. She was in such a grief, but we said that it's very good that you came, because people very often think that units of this air defense units seem to be some kind of not frontline, but some people who avoid going to the front. But now we know that these people are also, these officers and soldiers are also in quite a danger. They have very important work. So we started creating an exhibition, and his wife carried photographs, information, and we made such an exhibition with drones, actually, with the pieces of weapons which come to attack us. But people don't know what drones are, so they come to our museum, they see the pieces of these weapons, and for example, the Russian drones are kind of, handy-made stuff, very simple stuff, but they are dangerous. And this also, there are other types of drones which are exhibited in the museum, and children brought it to the museum, and everyone now understands that this is actually what comes to our land through these drones. So people can touch these items, they can look at these items in our museums. I actually keep talking about this for a long time. The next video, which I'll show you, it's one of my favorite projects. I haven't demonstrated it. I just showed it to like my colleagues, acquaintances. We have in Dnipro city, one of our heroes who died, it's Roman Romanenko. He's used to be a sniper in Azov unit. He was a student of Dnipro University. He was a volunteer, went as a volunteer to the front, and he died even before the large-scale war began. His co-soldiers came for commemoration, and they told us that Roman actually enjoyed taking photographs and printing black and white photos, and they shared those photos with us. First, I didn't know what to do about those photographs, but we exhibited them, printed them out and exhibited them. His co-servants came, his mother came, and one day, it's actually quite a demonstrative story why it is so important to have such multimedia panels and modern devices for visualization of what touches our souls. I decided to use my experience of writing experience, and I just started describing these photographs. I made a lot of descriptions of all of his photos, just as I felt them. I asked one of our employees to digitalize all this, to type the text, and I asked another employee who is a graduate of Karpenko-Kari Theatrical University. She used to be a TV presenter with a good voice, and now she's also a paramedician in the third storming military unit. So she read out this text for us, and our camera person from museum, she made an editing of the video, so it cost nothing for us. All of us are employees of the museum. We did it ourselves. And to be honest, I'm very proud of our joint work. I will show you the results right now, one of the short videos which we made. I believe that if we involve as many people as possible and make such videos or other products which might come to our idea, such artistic products, the more people will be able to look at our heroes who died in this war, because indeed it's very important to look at their lives, at how they lived, because they did everything they could. They gave away their own lives for our lives, so we need to keep their memory. And in order to show it, we need to be persistent and always keep thinking how to present this information in the proper way. Look in the fog, something. It was difficult to see anything in this fog, although there are bushes, because several years ago those bushes looked differently. Sound is lost, unfortunately. No sound is Zoom. It was very difficult to see anything in the fog except for the bushes, which looked differently a few years ago. It's again about the bushes. These bushes used to look totally differently a few years ago. A dog, which was happy that he's remaining at home. Also, there was a cat, just the same as I've seen in my childhood. The smells around were quite special. Unfortunately, photos cannot convey all the atmosphere. Those who took pictures know. Unfortunately, sound is interrupting. Unfortunately, there are problems with the sound and with posting this video, but the lady is saying that actually this video is a visual representation of the photos which were made by the dead soldier, by the dead officer. You can take pictures, make description to them, and post them as a video, as such nice texts, because just photos is not interesting to watch. To see everything in the fog was very difficult, except for the car. Although there were bushes, which several years ago used to look a lot differently. The dog reminded me of he was very happy to remain at home. There was also a cat, just as like in my childhood. There were smells around, and it was very special smell. Unfortunately, the photo cannot convey this atmosphere, but those who were taking pictures or know how to take pictures, or the pictures themselves, they know that at any moment only a shot will remain, or a photo camera in the museum. Recall your own situations, recall yourself in the place of those people who are in the picture. Maybe this vehicle is yours, or maybe the vehicle plate shows a different number. Maybe this dog is happy to you, or maybe you have also a dog at home and they are happy to wait for you at home. Or perhaps you were living in the place where there were shellings, and now it's very difficult for you, but it's very important for you to recall this smell across fog. It's very memorable. Here is the English text of the description to this photo, now displayed on the screen, just like in the museum.
Thank you. This type of exhibitions could be created so many times, so many photos you could describe in this way. This is quite a big job, but you can attract to those who knows how to do it. Don't do it just just do it in a perfect way. Otherwise, it would look like the glass memorials, which we can only wipe with the clothes, but they do not say anything about the memory. But this stuff, like Roman and there are others people that needs to be remembered because this information needs to be touch other hearts. Thank you. Thank you, Ghana. Those who have questions, please ask. Do you want to say? Tell me, please, what is the role in memorization of maybe some kind of involvement of all the assets to digitalization in the future? Maybe I will ask in a different way. What is the role of digitalization? What is the percentage in all these events that are directed to memorization? The digitalizations take a big share. It seems to me maximum because we have to show we have to be because modern people require that because we shouldn't say for like say our grandparents were memorized like that. But if we have the Instagram right now, let's use it Instagram for that purpose. So we need the modern tools for anything that somehow could be, for example, that in any sources that could be used for deliver information. I vote for all the modern tools for memorization because otherwise if we won't use it we will looking like a pioneer rooms because we already made a lot of mistakes in Dnipro region like pioneer rooms. I don't know how to combat all this stuff, uh, but it's impossible. I don't visit that memorials of opening of these memorials. I don't even visit them. Thank you. Other questions, please? Several times I visited your museum, but it was before full-scale invasion, and I remember that actually the photos in Poltava local history museum. We just gave the list, which is short, but actually it's far from really. Actually, we do not create anymore this type of the iconostasis. When I visited you, there was a film. You still use it. Do you make something similar, or because that film was very targeted, it touched very much? Yes, we show film, and we have the cinema hall for special. We will show it on all the walls, but I would like to tell you, and that film is also is because for 360 degrees, and it has a lot of different shots. If you will show it on the flat screen, you won't see the value of that. The idea of that film for showing for 360 degrees, you just enter the room and you see that around all you. Just make it more that you can make more interactive, because for kids, for example, everything about money actually. For example, for kids, for example, you can do something. Let's say he enter a room, all the simulators exist, and all this virtual reality. This is ideal to make the children stay with us. And there are a lot of films should be done like that because they impress. Because, for example, if it's about ATO, it's already forgotten story. We need to do it about everything. But we are talking about the perception, right? That people now just perceive in a short. If somebody haven't seen their film, you have to go and watch it. If you don't perceive the 100% of video sequence, it just evoke your feeling, because in that film it's shown in very well how the wounded people arrive into Dnipro and the volunteers received SMS, right? Somebody has here, there, and so on. This is very impressed film. And the field of the sunflower, and you understand that you stood in the middle, and this bullet flies across you because you are like a sunflower on that field. With the flat screen, they should be another type of film, but for that format, it would be done a special film. I may tell you that this is very hard job of the IT specialist. Uh, of course, there are a lot of super on flat screen films, but what you have seen there, this is IT job. This is quite complicated. And I may tell you that you can compare, for example, that we are working in the room with dioramas struggle for Dnipro in the Second World War. And you can imagine now it's closed during the war because some people want to see diorama, and because 50 years ago the Soviet Union made a diorama, and it still keeps people. For some militaries, I also like to open diorama, and when they watch, because it's like scale, and in their, for example, I'm asking their. I am not surprised with that picture. They said it's so good, it's so nice. But do you understand what the actually the role of Dnipro, where from the left bank to the right bank, people are just moving and they are killed by the actually others. And you understand when they created 50 years, it passed from the creation of diorama, and people want to see it. I don't like her because the director of our school did brought us here, and I didn't understand what is going on. But people were just understanding that they are there. And if we will show that, because we have the memories, memorials, we have a soldier who is real. Ivan Pogorely, he is hero of the war. It's everything is good, but the Ivan is not a war like in 2014, but he is like in 2025. It can't be because so something that is not true, it can't be. This is my understanding. Okay, thank you, Ghana. Okay, let's move to the final part of our uh, the final part of our workshop. We will speak about we are talking from one side about something global, but we need also to speak about family memory. Okay. Hello. Do you hear me? The matter is just family memory. I was involved in this starting from the Russian-Ukrainian war from starting 2014. And I know why I didn't brought the book here of the book of memories. It's not only about family memories, but everything started from those stories of those people who were in the war. People who were participated in military operation. I was writing the information about them because at the beginning of the war was a lot of volunteers, the people who were interested with some experience, with some professions and so on, the good education often. And a lot of entrepreneurs, uh, for example, from Dnipro One organization, I was talking to their officer, and they said that every force had a high education. Those who are volunteers, a lot of entrepreneurs were there. It was quite interesting that time, and it was kind of world vision that time. And I started from this, how to write their memories, how the people came to that. And somehow, by the natural way, I just moved towards the questions related to their family history. And as far it was appeared very interesting because this combines us together. The current events, because we have war not from 2014, but for identity. We have the war for a long time. And I have this story of when, for example, even atamans in their family and the people were talking about the stories from childhood was playing games like that and these moments and based on that materials there's certain period of time working uh, being the colleague of the Hanna in the National Historic Museum. We made exhibitions there and about them I would like to tell a bit. How did we use that and what actually I heard by just writing these memories. In 2018, we just was kind of strong, strong items. This is a story of Vladislav Bespalko. He has, for example, family stories about the famine and the people stories. And when he was talking about the events which he's participated and his family, and there are like very extended photo archive. Of course, I school there was some events organized, and they were talking to kids in the school number 105. For example, here is a grandmother. This is a story absolutely suitable for kind of the novel, because from the for example, from the Lord's family, and the story how she was actually were married with someone. She there was some dramatic moments after she left her parents. She married that person who had a nickname the king, but he was poor, and he actually took the clothing from his friends, and the next day actually and so there are interesting moments that family, for example, they are absolutely different, but they have common 9 children, and that was happy family. Also here you see the family photos from the archive uh, that guys go to the World War I, and here she is putting head on the shoulder of another man. And if you look into this picture, you see it looks like that is her, the one person whom her wanted family to be married, but she failed to do, and she married those who she wanted. This is a spoiler. Hold on. Very interesting story about the Dmitro Talapov from the Tank Brigade 17. He's a history teacher, and in 2014, he participated in a military operation. He was interested also in his family history. He maintained it, and his grandfather, he was from Armenia, and was living in the Russian Empire, and because of that, he survived. In the previous story, for example, when the Bolshevik came, and this refusal from her roots saved the girl because she was in another status, she was poor, and she became work in the community of villagers, and it's helped her returning back, help their family to survive, because they learned first about what is planning to do, and how the grains and breads uh, they have to be deprived of the villagers, and so she warned her family. But in this case, from one side, this is happy, and then happy from the other side, that person, because the story is his grandfather. I will show his grandfather Sergei Khazarov. You see here, here with the family, good photos with the wife. And very interesting here that when this Sergei Khazarov, his grandfather, he had a farm, he had a great winery, and his farm just was operating quite well. But when the time of the collectivization, he wanted to join the farm, collective farm, and actually we were making installation on our exhibition of based on their family memories. Uh, it was winter time, and they took people, those whom they wanted to just was individual farmer to make the collective farmer. And so what has happened? And they started to feed them with their salty fish, and didn't water them, and to make them to transfer from the individual farmer to the collective farmer. Somehow he managed, we don't know the details, but somehow he managed to survive. But then he was some kind of arrested because he was Armenian. That was the story. But maybe because he was under their citizenship of the Iran, just said him. And here, the family before the immigration. And this is grandfather with daughter. Uh, he was staying the single farm up to 1954. That was a story from the family archive. The very interesting Anna Statko story from Aydar. She is participate in military operation. I just sometimes read her information in the mass media. She experienced a lot. That person has several high education, economic and psychological, and she was telling about her family and the tragedies about that the part of her family suffered from famine. And this is memory which actually in our community and among our citizens in Dnipro, the part of people are those activists, those who just provided bread, and they were people who was intentionally removed from the enterprises.
Those were the people who were forced to go to villages and take away bread, grain. They were forced to do what they were commanded to. The fact that they were from cities even complicated the situation because they didn't know about rural life. Soviet authorities said that those are kurkuls, people who were hiding bread from the country. So they were forced to take away that bread. And actually, this is our history, but this experience which this girl had in particular in the family shows that in our country there is a certain unwillingness to accept the past history, especially for Holodomor means starving of the 1930s. But here we also need to build certain strategies how to commemorate the victims. Of course, we should understand that this is the memories of my family, but that person acted based on their conditions at that time. They were making their choices. For example, my great-grandfather, they are not me. I have a different identity. And this work with identity is probably we need to focus on a lot. So in Hannah's story, this girl which is on the screen, one member of her family came to in 1930s. He came to his own relatives to take away their bread, their grain, and of course some pictures can show something from the family history, but other things I recalled from the memories. Yes, we will see also. This is her grandfather, Anna's grandfather. He was sent to Siberia, and he was playing in a folk orchestra there. It was a form how people try to preserve their identity, even being imprisoned or in very tough conditions. In Yavornitsky Museum in our city, we have a memory hall number 9, and there are also photographs of folk concerts in prison camps. It's not a unique case actually in her family, but that was the form of how to preserve memories. And here is already a picture when they were older. These are the children of those repressed ancestors. they met during the imprisonment in the camp, and Semen found a girl from the same kind of family. Also, there is an interesting story of Evgen Lunyak. He's the doctor of history from Kamyansk, and he also, in 2014, he went to the war, and now he's in the military, keeps serving. So he has also very interesting family history about his grandmother and his father. Now show their photo. They lived through Holodomor, and it's the village Kishinki from in Poltava region, and then they moved to Tarmske. It's the village in Dnipro region, close to the Dnipro city, and they worked in a factory. There was a project in our museum when we wrote down, recorded the memories of people who were born in 1920s, 1925. They told us about the work at the factories at that time in the Soviet Union and how people lived. These stories are also quite interesting. Also, when I was talking about communicating with people about these family stories, especially discussed them with the military, I encountered such a situation that people actually had a response to such stories. After such conversations, people were thanking me as if it was, like confession. They experienced something internally, and perhaps it was resolvement of some inner conflicts, some, maintaining connections with ancestral experiences, between ancestral experience and modern times. Because the war in 2014 is different already, but now it's already different totally. And this girl, when she started participating in the war, she already perceived the stories of her grandfather in a different way. She already linked them to the current events. So now it's quite a right time to record this family stories, family history. And also it's very important to talk to military, because military men are now quite exhausted and it's very difficult to question them. Also, I told you mentioned an interesting story. It's the Bells of Memory, and one project in 2023 and the second project in 2020. It's Overcoming Will. It's both like two exhibitions, and it's interesting that one of this man, we have archive documents about this man, where it is mentioned the gangs which were in 1920s. I have an article prepared on this subject, and it will be released very soon in our collection of history materials of the museum. It's very difficult. It's not, it's complicated with this story, because based on the documents, there are different people, different names, but the family name is quite rare. And I was trying to surf the various archives and find people with the same name. So probably, since it's rare, it might be members of the same family, but our metric records have not provided us with the answers so far. Here is a photo of Arkhip Nachineny. He's the military, and the old photo is Arkhip Nachineny. It's in 1920s, and here's his grandson on the war now. Here are also photos from their family. There is an interesting story when the grandson was living with his grandmother, and she was telling him various stories about the civil war in the Soviet Union in 1920s, and like neighbors were complaining about soldiers, some gangs living in her house, and one of those gang members stole something from that lady. They talked to the gang leader, according to the family legend, and the gang leader actually killed one of his soldiers because he stole stuff from people. He was really angry at him. Also, there was a printing machine in one of the village houses when this gang printed money. So this family story is quite interesting because it's a forestry area around the village, and the man was actually running around when he was young, and he was listening to the stories from his grandmother. This is another exhibition. It is called the Fighting for the Right to Be Your Own Master. It's in 2024. It is dedicated to Pavlograd riot. One of the participants of this story it's actually the great-grandfather of one of the volunteers in the current Ukrainian army. And Timofey Pankratov, who was born in 1903, he's the grandfather. He was shot in 1930 for arranging the Pavlograd riot. And this is actually pieces of the exposition dedicated to this family. Our current military man came and we took picture with him next to his family exhibition. Here we can see documents from this is also a family member. One of the family members, female family members, she's collecting these documents, collecting the lists of people who were shot by the Soviet army. And this is the family photo below. There are stories on how these families were deprived of their property. They used to live in Kharkiv region, then they moved to Pavlograd because they tried to escape the exile to Siberia. And other family members, there were also several men. They were deprived of their property and suffered Soviet persecution. And it's interesting that this man who's on the who's now the grandson of this man on the screen, he is living in the same house where his ancestors lived. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting family story, and it's sort of the repression didn't touch this family directly. This switcher is very sensitive for the screen. Regarding identity and the experience of World War II, I also asked the military how their ancestors lived through the World War II. And even in our museum, we arranged an exhibition where the military brought their family members, and there was an idea of mine, not just mine, but our regional administration also arranged a similar photo exhibition with other military men. So it's quite interesting. This is the photo from the regional administration of Dnipro region. And I'll tell you the stories which I recorded. It's actually interesting how this communication is maintained between modern military men and their ancestors, their grandmothers, grandfathers. The events actually both generations have already lived through combat war events, so now the experiences are similar. And when in our museum we had a project with records of the memories who participated, of people who participated in World War II, it appeared that in 2019 there were quite a lot of people who still have memories and who were able to share those stories. Here we also can see an event photo with the former previous war veterans. This is one of the ladies. She's quite sad here because she had a quite sad previous story. On the one hand, they have very rich archive with a lot of family photos, with letters from the front. And there's also photos of this lady. Before the beginning of World War II, they just got acquainted, got together, married, and then they were serving at different fronts. And they were exchanging photos and letters before they parted. Basically, such mini exhibitions, when we present items, we conduct such presentations, we show photos, we display letters from this from the World War II, and this actually provoked a lot of interest among people. Pictures which I show you here, they are usually shared with the media, especially foreign media, and they spread this information on their resources. I was in charge of these events. I didn't have time to take pictures, but I shared what I had with them. So basically, what is the tragedy of this family? It's very interesting. There is here is Sergei Eliseev. He is a military man. I had an opportunity to talk to him. He died in war. He was actually very active, very involved. He was a participant in the Maidan in 2014. Then he went to the front, and when his contract was supposed to end, he was supposed to get back after his military contract in 2021, but then the war started. He went to the war and died. When I talked to him, there was always, some interruptions of our conversations. He was sharing what they were doing. Then we kept talking to him, but he was quite busy all the time, and telephone calls interrupted our conversation. After that, unfortunately, we didn't have time to talk anymore. At the same time, his grandmother, who was born in 1921, she's here on the photo. Recently, she celebrated her 103 years of age. It was 103rd year anniversary of her life, and it's quite an astonishing story. It's actually his great-grandmother who lived longer than her great-grandson. Also, we used these materials when we arranged exhibitions for May 8th in 2024, and we use materials from the stories of various families, of various military men. It's the story of the family of Vadim Konoplenko. Here we can see the grandfather and then his grandson, who is now in the army. Here we have the story of the grandfather. It's very interesting because Vadim, his grandson, has been on the front line for a long time. He already has been wounded, but he still serves. Yet he's quite respectful and has very sincere feeling for his grandfather and his military experience. He keeps his photographs. He and he keeps records of his grandfather's wounds, and also keeps the records of the articles in newspapers. It's very important for him to keep that. And this does not prevent him from performing his military duties. It's very interesting, actually, because this is, here we can have how to distinguish, how to, differentiate this identity, that you can be from a Soviet family, but you can keep memories of the World War II, but you can combine it with the current war. Here we have Vadim Konoplenko and his son, and the document about the wounds of his grandfather in the previous war. And also part of this exhibition was a board from Marinka in Donbass. It's a ruined city, and there is a board which is hit by some shells. And just in like today's propaganda, we didn't work with the memory of World War II. We didn't adapt it to the Ukrainian identity, but the Russians, they use this Soviet banner in various cities where they record their presence and show their sort of victory in Lysychansk, in Severodonetsk, in Kherson, all these terrible things. But at the same time, this memory is quite important for us.
Here we see the photo of Yevgen Bereznyk from our lands. Here his grandchild, as Ghana can support me. He helps much to collect using his car as a volunteer, just to make these cars go to the front line. And Ghana, for us, is the person who also collects funds. And how many cars did you buy? 18 cars for the front. This is about the family history as part of us, as part of our modern time and a foundation for the future. Do you have any questions? I'm ready to answer. Please, questions? Your questions, please. Thank you. It was very interesting to hear about your experience. Did employees of museum participated with the archive, or the families brought the information? In different cases, different, because these are not the whole stories which we have. For example, Nachinene, because I was working with, I just sent a request of the SBU archive, and they also have the family archive, but this is mostly about the photos. But I, from my side, trying to match with the documents. Vadim Konoplenko, he has own archive. In the previous stories, there was also family archive. So this is like very interesting. This is like joint work, and people are interested in these are their stories. And when you hear these stories from those people who now defend our Ukraine, so it is understood in a different way. And another question I would like to clarify: how these families learn about yourself? How do you know whom they could apply? How do they find you? Or the word of mouth, or maybe you have some kind of as published. In fact, actually, I find information about them. When I'm talking to some of the military guys, I'm just telling about the stories, and they can say, "Oh, I have that story." I said, "Okay, let's just point time, and we will meet." Or maybe, for example, they say, "Oh, that this is a person with a good history. Ask him." And I probably this interesting person. Ask him, for example. because I have a special questionnaire. It's not very much structured, like strictly, I mean, you could moderate, model these questions. I ask questions about the family history, and you could discover a lot. For example, when I interviewed actually more than 60 stories, and I discovered that half of them had some kind of memories about the famine, repressions, and so on. Thank you very much. We hope that we'll also be able to engage your experience in our community. I'm from the Sumy community. I'm very interested in that. Thank you. Well, you have a very good experience with. Thank you very much about our city, and I hope that we will go into develop it further. But identity and memory are very important things. And when you combine the memory of the World War II, because somebody just wanted actually not our war, but the war of those who actually suppress us now, and this is our war. It's because of that memory our present war will depend on. And thank you for this combining the stories and identity. But I would like to say, when I entered Poltava today, and when I saw the Polanka Street, because I had my grandparents living on these, because in 1943 they forced to be moved from Poltava because of the destruction of the city. They moved to the city where I'm living right now, and for me it was very close, and family memory is like immortal, and this combination worth a lot. So if we will talk to our young generation about the memories of the World War II, the co combating for independence, this is our war for independence of Ukraine, and this is actually a perfect way to raise our young generation. Thank you. Thank you very much for Yavarnitsky, because this is perfect, because after him we have that person who just about Lifarev, because village Birki of our community. And thank you for your job. Thank you very much. Зміївська громад, community, Kharkiv region. Thank you very much. I would like to ask, can you share your questionnaire? Of course, it is possible. It's not a big issue. We can organize, for example, to disseminate the materials of this workshop to email to all the participants, right? Are you, like, do you agree with this? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. So we will have a coffee break, and then we would continue after coffee break in 20 minutes. We will share our experience.